Welcome to the Sunset Archon channel, where we aspire to game from night to first light. And today we are playing Genshin Impact Luna 6, exploring the new area of Dormant Port in Mondstadt. Sorry for the delayed start. I had a few things to take care of urgently before starting the stream, because this is going to be a especially long stream. Estimated about 5 hours. Because due to certain circumstances, I won't be able to stream in the same way that I have been this weekend. So I'm trying to get the largest amount of content that I have to go through in one game, Genshin Impact, today, when I actually have that time. So expect the minimum time for this stream to be 5 hours or so. And if I do have time this weekend, we will be returning to start Mega Man Star Force 2. But I don't expect that stream to be any more than 2 hours 30 minutes tops. So yes, apologies for going radio silent for the past few days, but it has been a whirlwind. Anyway, before we start the stream, I do have one thing to rant about. As you know, YouTube is making a few changes. Some would say even good changes. However, there are a lot of questionable changes that have been happening over the years that have already done significant damage. Like, it's no secret that YouTube is currently in the midst of a war against ad blockers, and that has resulted in several instances where the site, the homepage, just videos in general have just outright broken down because it thought you were using an ad blocker. And the epitome, the very pinnacle of their combat efforts was to completely overhaul the actual video player, which had a good UI, mind you. Completely overhauled that in an effort to facilitate ads actually baked into the video reel, as opposed to shifting the feed to the separate video ad. The separate ad video. Well, now that is actually showing, because now it's become so blurred that that initial timer reel that shows you how long you have before the ad ends, or how long before you can skip the ad, it either doesn't work and puts your video into a weird state of limbo where you can't go back to watching your original video after the ad finishes playing, unless you just refresh the whole screen or close the video in the YouTube app. But now there are instances where it is where that thing, even after the ad plays and it switches back to your video, it still shows, or later, it will show that little sponsored thing, that little sponsored blurb at the very bottom. It'll switch over to that, but it won't go to an ad. Instead, the whole screen will just go dark, and you'll have a complete black spot in that section of the video, unless, again, you refresh. Now, you could slide it over to the right and it'll continue playing the video, but if you try to slide it back to that same timestamp, the section will still be black. So it literally, this new baking ads into the videos literally cuts out, splices the original video you're watching, that section, and then looks for an ad to place in there. And if it doesn't have an ad, well, that's just a black spot. And without the video, it doesn't actually swap over the audio. Doesn't actually swap over the audio to the audio of the ad. So you have the audio of the video you actually wanted to watch, but you got a black screen. That has happened to me several times in the last month. And it just... it brings up a number of things, and this thought has solidified into something I can actually explain after hearing about the Artemis 2 launch, saying they had issues using Microsoft Outlook in space. So, when you're actually programming something, your passion actually shows in the end product. Essentially, good products that are actually painstakingly fine-tuned usually have those little tells that show that the developers at least tried very hard to think of everything. Even if you have an error, it'll actually have a recovery state. Like if you have an app that was meant to connect to the internet constantly, and then that connection is cut just for a split second, it doesn't flat out crash. It enters a kind of restoration state, trying to re-establish a connection. Like if your phone is switching from Wi-Fi to just regular data. And then there are the ones that just crap out on you after the slightest hiccup. Just the slightest hiccup. And yeah, that is what this YouTube player feels like. It is meant to do the bare minimum. It is meant to do the bare minimum of what it was originally meant to do. Play videos. And does everything in its power to try to prevent you from skipping ads. And after all that, it doesn't even place the ads right, which ruins the video, which is the whole purpose of the player. At this point, I understand that these developers are doing a job, but it really shows that it really is just a job. There's no passion in what has been designed. When I say no passion, I'm not even so much as duct tape put onto this just to keep it working until they actually have time to fine-tune it. But yeah, YouTube is making some changes. I hear that they're doing live stream experiments now. If the engagement on a live stream is high enough, then it will prevent ads from being played. But yeah, we'll see how long that lasts, or if it even works. I honestly wouldn't hold my breath at this point, but right now I'm just trying to keep aware of the situation so things don't break when I'm streaming. Or just when I'm trying to relax, or at all. As much as I can help it. There are issues with YouTube music playlists as well, but that is another rant. So without further ado, let us jump into Genshin Impact. And we'll start off with 110 pull on the weapon banner. I did manage to get Linnea. Now I just gotta win a 50-50 and get her weapon. The white bow, not the feathered bow. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we got something. All right. That's one less thing to worry about. Now then. When we left off previously, we were just about to go deliver a letter to the Church of Favonius. Ignore the Tales of Winter. I've already done that enough to get the achievement. Who's this guy? Seamus Peg, the Cardinal of Daybreak? Yeah, I kind of got that feeling too, that Lowen didn't read a word of it. 10 to 1, he outsourced this to Gunter or Ursula. Alright. Let's see. So, one thing I learned since the last stream, there are those two shops that we went to. Oh, right. I've also met her after I tore down her poster. The two shops, new in Mondstadt, I realized that I hadn't used my weekly supply of Crabro to go purchase more. So I did that and came to these two shops here in Endorman Port and found out I can purchase Crabro here. So now we have gone from being able to purchase 50 Crabro per week to 70 Crabro per week. Which is the largest increase in Crabro acquisition yet in Genshin Impact, all at once. It's always just been 10 at a time. One shop at a time.
Time to roll. Good.
I'll be honest, I only came here for the flowers, for Linnea. But this has just turned into its whole own quest. Are we fighting a weasel thief for a pine cone?
So shiny.
You know, I'd love to take these pine cones for my own collection, but I'm not going to be that cruel today. Crab. Crab. What? Wait. What? Something's wrong. Those squirrels, too. I wasn't anywhere near close enough to them to set them off. And I didn't get nearly as close to those crabs as it would take to make them run. What just happened? Crab. Oh, come on! Crap. They changed the behavior. This is gonna be a pain. So, some of you who hunt crystal flies would know that when it comes to a group of crystal flies, if you alert one, you alert them all. And then they scatter in all different directions. Now they have made squirtles, apparently, and crabs into a collective unit. So if you alert one crab, you alert them all, they all scatter to the wind. Why? So, this is going to be a pain for my crab spawn research. But it means I have a reason to use Sayu again, because now I'm actually going to be required to use her just to keep catching these crabs. I cannot believe it. 5 years. 5 years I've been hunting crabs without a single change to their behavior. And then you suddenly give them a hive mind? Why?
I see everything.
I am not in the mood for this.
Shower me with the... My strength is gone.
Worth it.
I'm keeping a lookout. Don't worry, there's no... Bring it!
Alright, before we go anywhere further into Windrest, I need to confirm the scope of this. Let's see. Alright, Falcon Coast. There's a group of crabs there guaranteed to exist. So we'll see if the hive mind is global across to that or just a Windrest quirk. These crabs are reading the wind or something. That's the last thing I need.
You're pretty tough.
Alright, moving on. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Alright. We're not screwed. We're not completely screwed. Okay. The good news is that crabs still behave normally. Outside of Windrest. Outside of Windrest anyway. No idea why that crab spawned out of a rock, but I've seen weirder. So, we'll just get these 5 crabs over here. To make sure that it really isn't a hive mind. Every crab bunch. Grab you. Grab you. And you, and you, and you. Fantastic. Okay. So. Good news. Crabs are still behaving the same way outside of Windrest. Which means it will not affect my crab collecting endeavors. The strange news is that something about Windrest has all of the animals acting as a collective unit, down to the squirrels. Now, I can't do much about the squirrels, but I am fascinated about it enough to look into how this affects the base. Affects the base behavior of crabs with respect to crab spawn. Alright. Thank you for indulging me in that little investigation. Collecting these windrest flowers is gonna be a pain. I think I said that already. Just spotting them is already a pain. That's wheat. If they had a visible spawn point, it would be better. I mean, at least the tea leaves was just pure dark green on a white sparkle. Now it's brighter colors like bright blue, pink, and yellow on sparkles. On white sparkles. And worst of all, it's what I need to... Wait. What does Linnea take again? Okay, Etherwing moths. At the very least, the Etherwing moths is easy to see, but the windrest flowers, that is going to be hard for me to max out. And that it's very hard to see and apparently very scarce. Okay. Let's actually investigate Dormanport now. You know, it would be wonderful if they, you know, actually fought.
Oh, how many forging commissions do I still have to finish? Let's see. 1, 2... not so many as I thought. I'll get to that.
Please supply full details of any requests you may have.
Alright, we already got one half of the royal seal. I don't know where the other half's gonna be. It's not the first time Paimon's been called a ghost. That is the largest piece of tech I've seen in Mondstadt yet. Radiant Spin Crystal. 178. I should probably hunt that guy down.
Running late again.
Alright, I got the carrot. Somehow I managed to catch the carrot before it fell into the ocean. Now, this is weird because I remember... I remember that there was one line somewhere in this game where there was a transport route from Windrest to Fontaine. From Dorman Port. I don't remember where it is, but I'm trying to figure out what that route could possibly be.
Lord Barbados.
Didn't I just see this girl? Don't try to mend yourself with a stapler.
Hurry up, Brassa!
You know? It's markets like this that make me realize just how limited my inventory is. Look at this. Lemons. I think. Or are those mangoes? I can't tell. Watermelons. Pumpkins. We've seen plenty of pumpkins.
Feeling down? Then try a cup of this.
Alright, I guess we're going underneath Dormant Port now. And so an eerie wind blows. Oh, there's Winslow. I agree. Staying here isn't doing any favors for your sanity. You know, I get budget and all that, but there really are certain quests that should just to be voiced for the fun of it. Like this, hearing Winslow screaming. Okay, simple enough. Just fix the draft. Yeah, no, I know how this story ends. Called it. Amateurs. Oh, dang. It's flashing like crazy. Oh well, guess we're going down.
Heads up!
But the records show that I went down by choice, not because I fell into a trap.
Bring it!
This might hurt a little. I wonder who this gift could be from.
An eroded tombstone. Seriously, what's in this wind that's setting everything off? Oh, nuts.
Everyone hold in.
We're getting to the fast pulses now.
Kapow!
I have always been amazed by that final burst of wind from those Animo slimes.
Are these edible?
That was actually strong enough to move Varessa all the way to the right. Isn't the alarm mechanism flashing a little too quickly? Yeah, you should be very concerned when the alarm is pulsing faster than you had thought that it was possible to. Not because it's broken.
My parents always say,
Because it might
no
mean
matter
something
how
truly
busy life
dangerous
gets,
is here.
you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down, take a deep breath, and wolf it down in one go. That way, I get to eat my fill without wasting too much time.
It's been a long time.
Shower me with the... It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Headbutt!
I remember when I used to struggle against the eye of the storm. Now it's just another day.
Did that grow out of the ground?
Return to the old lighthouse base. Simple enough. Wait. Oh, okay, okay.
Kapow!
Alright, that quest went smoothly. So, before we take on whatever this quest is... Actually, wait, is there an Archon quest available? Doesn't look like it. So, let's just burn through 3 battles. Just for the materials. Because this is a lot easier than I expected a new boss to be.
Observe and know my heart. Judgment!
Yeah! Oof! Look out below! Yeah! Hi! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Test
Charge!
concluded.
Beautiful.
Observe and know my heart.
Strike a pop!
Judgment!
Headbutt! Yeah! Hero incoming! Yeah! Yeah! It's justice o'clock!
Concluded.
No. One more. This time I'm far enough away from the star that I won't get hit.
Observe.
Was there a
and know
flash
my
just now?
heart.
Shower me with
Judgment!
charge!
Recorded.
Hero
Each
incoming!
test concluded.
Yeah, so I think I kill this thing just as it decides that it wants to use its special mechanic. Whatever that is. Oh. The Spiral Abyss reset. Blessing of the Abyssal Moon, Rumbling Moon. When Moondrift Harmony is triggered, a shockwave is unleashed at the character's position, dealing true damage. Can be triggered once every 4 seconds. Alright, what are we fighting? Humans and avatars. Eremites and Ruin Guards. Hydroidolins and the Terror Shroom. Okay. I know what to do. Since this is 11 out, don't really have to worry about the moon effect. Let's see. Yeah, I think I can just fight how I normally fight. Elemental mastery increased.
Let's get down to business. Have a lucky day. Thunder! Let's get down to business.
That didn't take long.
Yoo-hoo! Bring it! Oof! Heads up! Yeah!
Alright. Next.
On me.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
Thunder!
Your sacrifice is ready.
Thunder!
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Burn!
I actually managed to get a shield out of that.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Up the ante!
Strike him up! Yeah! Hero incoming! Headbutt! Yeah! Here we go. Think you can get away? Transfixed.
Burn! Thunder! Maria sweeping in!
Beautiful.
Shower me with impermanence. Charge! Yeah!
Alright, what are my opponents? Praetorian Golem. I might be able to pull this off. Just for fun. Let's see how we fare.
Time for takeoff.
Burn! Thunder! Thunder! Thunder!
Sir.
This is where you fall. Overruled.
Yeah, no. I tried. Okay. Let's actually go for a real strategy now. Yeah, this'll work. And so it begins.
Attack! Next customer.
Much better.
Thunder! Charge!
Lend me a hand. A new moon rises.
Thunder! Thunder!
A proper send-up. Hey there. Next customer, delicate as silk.
Flash! Maria sweeping in! Up the ante!
Three moons converge. Watch out! Fire! Well,
Up the ante!
Wayne.
Oh, fire! Well, watch out!
A new moon rises.
Alright, so I got 90 seconds to finish this part. No problem.
Strike a pop! Roll! Yeah! Hero incoming! Yeah! Let the world collide! Let the mountain's veins boil! Headbutt! Yeah! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Kapow! Yeah!
60 seconds.
Go play turn a little. Make yourselves at home.
Headbutt! Kapow! Yeah! It's justice o'clock! Justice o'clock! Yeah!
A minute to memory.
Alright. Next chamber.
Thunder! Up the ante!
Fire! Well...
Up the ante!
Lend me a hand. I am the cutting edge of fashion. Hey there! A proper send-down from the... Converge.
Thunder! Yard! Thunder!
Hey there! Come on! What's your problem? A proper send-down.
Alright, so this section is causing me a bit of trouble.
A moonlit night for all.
Up the ante! Up the ante!
Hey there! Watch out! Delicate as silk.
Surge.
Up the ante!
Watch out! A proper send-down. Let's go, Tomato.
Converge.
Okay, let's make an adjustment.
Without further ado... Lofty wisdom will show us the way! Be cleansed! Next customer!
Wayne.
Maria sweeping in!
The sky's clear! The glazed moon shines!
A new moon rises.
Light the dust!
Up the ante! Thunder!
go, Tomato.
Up the ante!
Without further ado, divine light, feel
This may hurt a little.
Bring it! Hero incoming!
Committed to memory.
Let my name echo in song! It's justice o'clock! Hero incoming!
This may hurt a little. The Temple of Wisdom.
Yoo-hoo! Headbutt! Charge! Smash down!
All right. Let's try Chamber 2 again.
Just a flesh wound. Up the ante! A worthy adversary. Look after.
Okay, that could have gone better.
On me.
Let's go.
Surge. Moons converge.
Barrier sweeping!
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines. Let's go, Tomato. I am the cutting edge of fashion.
A moonlit night for all.
Shred him! Flash!
Divine light, shield them.
All right. There we go.
Care for a dance? Dance with me! The show's only just begun.
Grow, grow, grow.
3, 2, 1.
Let the world collide.
Headbutt. Hero incoming.
This may hurt a little. Share my knowledge.
Charge.
All right, one more. And Titan. Moonwalker.
Without further ado. Lightning
Up the ante!
Oh, this team was made for this.
This may hurt a little. The Temple of Wisdom.
Time to shine. Strike a pop. Yeah, heads up. Yeah, it's justice o'clock. Yeah.
And we're done.
Hurry up, Brassa. Here I go. Add Astro. Add Astro. Thank you for
All right. And now let's see what's waiting for us here. Oh, we can still trigger quests like that. Okay. Old man. Okay, his name is Man and he's old. A sanatorium? In Mondstadt of all places. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. So, apparently we're in a horror movie now. A Sunsetia. Oh, I'm definitely in this horror movie. Guys, I think I'm starting to star in my own horror movie. The question is, am I the monster or the unsuspecting sap about to get killed? What the? Okay. I am more than sure that this is one of those moments where the Weasel Thief runs off screen and then despawns. Instead, we get this. It's just one of those moments. Investigate the anomaly. He is man, and his dog is Hauptmann. That's how it happened. I swear it on my paycheck and the responsibilities that come with it. Weren't you bemoaning how little you make as a doorman? Not just any doorman. I oversee demolition work and cultural heritage preservation. You swear it on your reputation at the tavern. A most serious oath for Mondstadters. Well, I'm sure one of you would have checked me into a sanatorium at some point with how dedicated I am to collecting crabs. Now's as good a time as any to check it out. Long Day in the Mountains Prologue. Magic Mountain. Oh, almost forgot. Much better.
Running late again. I bet the crops back in the orchard are loving this weather. Guess the Saurians won't have to water them today. So shiny.
Monsters falling out of the sky.
I see everything.
Look out below! Yeah! It's justice o'clock!
Oh. Nothing to worry about.
Are these edible?
I'm more curious about this, though. This does not look like it belongs in Mondstadt. Neither the glass nor the metal.
Bring it!
Ooh. You can always count on Mondstatters to have a good carrot farm. I really should pay Dawn Winery a visit and take their carrots. For a good cause, of course. Now, I do like that they made it so the ether wing moths don't run away from you. But who knows how long that'll last.
Did that grow out of the ground?
No, it did not. It was just sitting there.
Strike a pose! Boom! Yeah! Yeah! Charge! Yeah! Yeah! Da! Hut! Hut! Yeah! Hero incoming!
Alright.
Shower me with praise!
Is that deer just running around in circles? And how did they notice me from that far away?
Everyone hold hands.
Strike a pose! Headbutt! Yeah! It's justice o'clock! Yeah!
Yeah, something is very wrong with the wildlife behavior in Windrest.
Heads up!
Weasel thief made off with the Sunsetia. Okay, this is an interesting stack of paper. And at the end, Totengrabov, who does not know the Gravedigger's song, ask me one more time and I'll carve a curse on your tablet. Okay then. Well, at least the Weasel Thief has escaped purgatory. Alright, now let's actually get back to business.
Are these edible?
Oh, nuts. You? Nihilita, watcher of nothingness, the open-eyed. Noble traveler from distant realms, returnee from the sea of stars. Greetings. I bid you welcome. Nosy? I don't know it. As it should be. We dwell within the watchtowers of the world. We were never meant to meet, even across countless ages. Yet, I am now fallen into the mortal realm. for one purpose alone. I beg that you ascend to the high heavens and free the Aeonies of the past from their inverted fates. Please, touch the Animal Archon statue over there. It is a gateway that leads onto the heavens. Inconceivable, you really came. Okay, things just got more complicated. Wait, was that... Were those the cubes? Apathic afflictions after ascent. Wow. What exactly am I getting myself into? This doesn't just feel like a small domain I'm about to jump into. Name is Segment Domain Tau. Or perhaps let's use its lost name. The Temple of Space. That is correct. It belongs to the god who once appeared before you, my creator. Within the temple, you shall find your answers. Wait, so we're finally getting answers as to the nature of what happened at the very beginning of the game? And it's not voiced. Again, there are segments of this game that would be wonderful if they were voiced, especially since it kind of pertains to key aspects of the story, but You're giving me a hand. No, literally, you are giving me a hand. A floating, dismembered hand. A watcher does not explain. A watcher observes in silence. In other words, you're the epitome of refusing to elaborate further and leaving. You see, your first mistake was taking your eyes off an emissary of space. If my earlier discourtesy has stirred anger within you, come at me with blade in hand. I will await you in the mortal world. Oh, so that's the one I have been beating over and over and over again for the last week. Alright. Spatial dragging in the temple. A wondrous little gift from Nihilita. It seems to possess a certain degree of ability to perform spatial manipulation within the Temple of Space. And that's all it says. Well then. I'm obviously locked into this. Here we go. Investigate the animo power present. Wait, we're actually coming here finally? Shed a light. Sense of time's a bit off, like a very long time has passed, and yet also just an instant. Felt this way before? You must have been through plenty of misfortune too. How long has it been for you then? About 500 years. What? So much time passed already? No, he's talking about the time weirdness stuff that happened to him. That said, I was not sure if 500 years is that accurate at this point either. As for this time, it's only been about 10 minutes. So going backwards doesn't retract it. Can't catch up. Door! Alright, now this is an effect I have actually experimented with ever so slightly before. Something like 4-dimensional effects. The room on the other side is actually there. However, you overlay another scene going beyond the play area. And they actually design it so you can't break the illusion. Barriers are solid. So all of that is there in another scene along this plane. And then you have that opening up with its own effects. And you can actually see the path going forward. This is beautifully done. It is certainly fueling my desire to explore. Alright, at least we can turn back. Path of the Forgotten World. Use Dex's ability to move statues to the correct position. In temple areas within the Temple of Space, after selecting an object within the temple, you can hold and drag your skill to drag that object along a space-like vector. After dragging for a certain distance, maintain that distance for a while until the space-like vector is fully charged. Release the skill button at the moment to trigger spatial folding and change the state of various objects. You can control various objects in areas within the Temple of Space. Some objects cannot be affected during co-op mode, for obvious reasons. Seize certain objects within the Temple of Space to produce a variety of incredible effects at the corresponding moments. Segment Domain Keeper Organization Type. Dex can control the keepers who transport various relics within the Temple of Space. Drag the space-like vectors to the appropriate positions to move the keepers in the corresponding direction. Organization type keepers can only move along a fixed trajectory. When there are obstacles on the path, you must clear them before the keeper can continue to move forward.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right. It's important. You have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
Odds are you're right-handed. That is a lie.
Did that grow out of the ground?
Memory factor.
So shiny.
Oh, jeez. They kidnapped a crab and put it on display. Fontamera Baron, armored crab. When the apostle of the Golden City still walked among us, I once saw creatures like this in the southern territories. The Great Mother who granted us life, I would not dare speak her sacred name. What might she think, knowing one of her creations has been confined here? Though perhaps the thought is futile. In the end, what place in this world is not a cage? So they really did kidnap this thing. Fontamera Baron, blubber beast. Round and charming at first glance. But consider this. The lazy and degenerate lower creature, as the Remurians once called it, has wandered through the seas far longer than any of the entities of Remuria's own civilization endured. By that measure, the blubber beast may be closer to eternity than any empire that has ever risen. It's certainly closer to the perfect sphere.
Did that grow out of the ground?
Something's missing. Oh no, we're good. Mnemonic clusters and memory factors. A memory factor is the smallest unit that makes up civilization. What? By dismantling the mnemonic cluster, they form, you obtain memory factors. Then offer them to the memory core to obtain blessings from space itself. Okay, that's all well and good, but quick question. What's a memory core?
Are these edible? Hurry up, Grassa! Are these edible?
You hail from the age when the Dark Dragon King rents the sky open. Dexter. Wait, so the nickname was... one of Paimon's nicknames was actually spot on? Let me ask you, do any of you have combat strength on par with a junior Remurian Centurion or higher? I'd like to think so. Malleable platform. Within the Temple of Space, you will occasionally find platforms that can be reshaped with Dex's help. While in their default state, these platforms can expand in multiple directions. However, once they are altered, they must be reset to their original shape before they can be transformed again. Wait, what? That is so bizarre. Okay, so if I climb on top of it, the spatial transformation is canceled. . 'Cause, 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 'c This really should be voiced. The ambient music is voiced more. Oh, lovely. The one entity that actually has authority left in the Temple of Space has descended into madness.
There's a lot of good stuff in here. Want to split it? Just kidding. You can take it.
The Hall of 1,000 Pillars. I'm gonna have fun seeing just how high I can climb. Give me one moment. I actually made it. No fall damage.
Bring it!
Yeah! Look out below! Hero incoming! Yeah! So shiny!
Great master of anti-self-termination. What even is that? Path bridging, vertical. By manipulating the space-like vectors, Dex can distort and stretch certain bridges in the Temple of Space vertically. However, much like the world itself, the Temple of Space is governed by its own laws. Certain bridges have been vertically distorted will, after some time, automatically revert to their original form.
So shiny.
Just like Teyvat has its own laws, so too does the Temple of Space. At least it tells you the bridge is about to reset. Oh geez, what? Okay then. Let's fight. Where'd she go?
Are these edible?
Is there some kind of spatial highway I don't know about? Okay, still need 3 more. By manipulating the space-like vectors, Dex can distort and stretch certain bridges from the Temple of Space horizontally. I never would have guessed. Certain spaces, Dex is able to control space-like vectors, causing objects to rotate. Vertical motion, horizontal motion, and rotational motion. Felt like there was a delay in that. One more. Going up.
Strike pose! Kapow! Yeah!
This way, pretty.
Yeah! Look out below! Hero incoming!
They even have benches up here. Alright. Let's do a little exploring before we start
Kapow!
whatever is in that building. Within the Temple of Space, you will see keepers who are transporting these elemental cubes. They can only move along a fixed trajectory. When in an active state, these keepers can swallow the elemental cubes. Transport type keepers have both high altitude and low altitude modes. With Dex's help, you can toggle between the two modes and easily retrieve elemental cubes from various terrains. When in their low altitude mode, the transport type keeper's movement speed increases. When hydro cubes, pyro cubes, and dendro cubes are next to each other, they will react in pairs and then dissolve. You can use geocubes or space cubes to separate these cubes to ensure smooth transportation. Interesting.
It's justice o'clock! Yeah!
Fantastic! Elemental cubes! Sometimes the keepers of the Temple of Space will compress exhibits into elemental cubes, which are easily stored and transported. There are 6 types of elemental cubes in total. They are Hydro, Pyro, Dendro, Geo, Precious, and Space cubes. No idea how you... Are the white ones the Precious ones, or is that Space? No, Precious... Precious looks like a coin, I think. Space is the white one. Anyway. Place the required number of corresponding cubes into display to restore the exhibits.
So shiny!
I kind of want to make it over there. Is it even possible? I think I can pull it off. No, no, no! Oh, I almost fell off the edge. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Let's roll!
Alright, looks like we're good.
Heads up!
And it looks like I skipped a tutorial. So let's see. World in a painting. Within the Temple of Space, you will sometimes find paintings that have pockets of space sealed inside them. By overlapping the image in the painting with a corresponding scene in reality, Dex can restore the space trapped within the painting and manifest objects from the painting into the physical world. The closer the painting is to an actual scene, the brighter the light emitted by the frame will be. Dex can also retrieve or reproject the artwork.
Hero incoming!
Fantastic. Now the thing with that kind of mechanic is that there's always a margin of error where you have to be forgiving. Rather than asking for an exact lineup, it's good for it to be forgiving if you're just off a few by an angle. It just looks to line up several key points, not the entire image, one-to-one.
Everyone hold hands.
Are these edible?
Alright, we seem to be good here. We got one more jump to make.
Hurry up, Brassa!
Oh. Oh, that's no fun. Gotta say, this looks like something out of Liyue. Not just the building, the path itself. Lightly just lightly submerged in water. Weird that only a building is here. An empty room. Strange. You know, with the theme of this entire area being spatial distortion, you would think I would see at least one door. Just as a mean to control the illusion. But not a thing. Yeah, I forgot to look for a close waypoint. I don't think this is fire. What just happened? Yeah, no, don't put it down. That guy just said that those organization-style keepers aren't hostile unless you're stealing relics. Don't put down personal effects. It's gonna end badly. See? And I'm pretty sure those things don't have a concept of theft. When exploring the Temple of Space, you will sometimes find mnemonic clusters formed by memory factors. You will also find scattered memory factors in treasure chests. After collecting the memory factors, you can offer them to the memory core in the Temple of Space in exchange for blessings from the interstice and memories of civilization. Well, at least we know what a memory core is now. And we have explored 13% of the Temple of Space. Abilities of improved exploration ability increased to level 1. The current memory core level has been increased to 1, which has unlocked the segment domain treasure compasses. Exploration ability in the present
My
areas
parents always say,
can
no matter
display
how
the
busy
current
life
areas.
gets, you should always sit down and
treasure
enjoy a
and relevant
proper meal when
clues.
you get.
Alright. So now, that makes 8. Animo, Geo, Electro, Dendro, Hydro, Pyro, Luna, and Segment Domain. We are going to have so many treasure compasses before the Cryo Compass comes out.
Hungry. What I like to do is stack.
You know, actually, let me set that up now. Alright, time to hunt.
Hey! Shower you with praise! Headbutt! Yeah! It's justice o'clock!
Your suitcase and everything inside it has been classified as relics of this age. Some landscapes, relics, and even ecosystems were uplifted to this place. The temple was originally meant to preserve them as segments of human culture, though some gradually developed their own functions. For example, we'll take Luoyang Academy from ancient Liyue. It has now become an area devoted to art and painting. Then Venepi, a laborer who once hauled stone for the mausoleum of King Deshret. Under orders, he rebuilt a desert-style complex called the Desert Pavilion. That's my personal favorite. The Mahavai Pulya Chamber. Besides ancient texts, it also contains a few novels written by some of the uplifted. So a library. But since the purpose of the Temple of Space is preservation rather than evolution, they were also the first to face punishment. Punishment for standard creativity after being plucked from your time for the sake of preservation. Yeah, that makes sense. To preserve a person is to preserve that same creativity. Long Day in the Mountains, Chapter 1, Paradise.
So shiny!
Alright, I'm not making the same mistake twice. We're gonna go to the Desert Pavilion first. Because that path at least takes me towards a teleport waypoint.
Did that grow out of the ground?
They kidnapped so many fungi. And it started to feel like Sealy Garden puzzles. Looks like we reached the limit of what we can do for now.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right. But most importantly, you have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
Everyone's okay.
Yoo-hoo! Look out below! Yeah! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! So shiny!
Oh, you have got to be kidding me!
I see everything.
Yeah! Heads up! Yeah! Hero incoming! Yeah! Kapow! Yeah! It's justice o'clock! Yeah!
You using Hall of Mirror traps on me now?
So shiny!
Oh, that's not good. It's using your desire to open chests against you. I honestly don't want to know what happens after I open this next chest.
Are these edible?
Alright, Dex, do your thing. Going up. Segment Domain Keeper, projectile type. Keepers who specialize in throwing elemental cubes, they can quickly transport elemental cubes to different keepers or directly into display cases. You can project elemental cubes towards transport type keepers or display cases of various sizes. That's one. Going up. Another example of riding on the roof of an elevator. Gotta love the classics. Now what? Deathly silence. Technically speaking, what he painted was not the starry sky.
Are these edible?
Wait. Oh, wow. Had it not occurred to me, I wouldn't have even thought to look up.
Heads up!
Definitely missing something, but I'll come back later.
Strike a pop!
Bring it!
Headbutt!
It'll never be active again.
Did that grow out of the ground?
Everyone's okay?
Shower me with... Yeah. Hi!
The first scroll. According to a priest of the Masters of the Nightwind who once held the office, those who wove the woven scrolls were required to keep their eyes covered, at least until the time of the fourth high priest, Hanga. It is said that the rule was first laid down by the tribe's founder, the priest king Magan, who is reported to have spent his entire life blindfolded. No one seems to know why he insisted on it. Why the rule was eventually abandoned, however, is much easier to understand. Most people's woven scrolls looked like a total mess when they tried to weave them blind. Everything went into this monument.
Did that grow out of the ground?
Wait. Okay, so Petrichor's in Randolph. That sounds familiar, but not quite. Alright, so we're already taking the final lesson, no pressure. Simple enough. Again, they have stolen way too many fungi. so I just got to avoid elemental conflicts. And Dex just blipped out of existence. Did Joseph just blip out of existence too?
These should be worth something. Go on, take it.
It would be wonderful to reach up that high.
Here I go!
I had to reload it. All right. Temple of Space, 21%.
Running late again.
Whoa.
Heads up!
Bring it!
Headbutt! Are these edible?
Make an excellent time. Seriously, what is up with them and fungi? Am I gonna have to come here just to save Bongo Head?
Did that grow out of the ground?
That's our target. The Desert Pavilion. I'm curious. Can I reach the top?
Running late again.
This fan is really showing its usefulness lately. Looks like we're gonna make it. And we made it. Alright. Now it's time to actually enter this place.
Running late again.
That's why I couldn't see the door from so far. You know, the moment I saw this place, I immediately thought, Tumbleweed Farm. I really hope I could use this to farm tumbleweeds.
Time to roll. Yeah! Kapow! Yeah!
Are these edible?
Hurry up, Grassa!
Building towers on sand. In specific areas, Dex can seize objects from quicksand and deconstruct them into their original quicksand state. When tapping again to release, new structures can be constructed. Dex can use this sand to construct a variety of brand new structures.
So shiny!
Bring it!
Yeah, I feel like I might actually be able to use this place as a closed environment to hunt tumbleweeds. It could work. Now, why are there all of these sand statues here. I don't think it's sand. It reminds me of the statues seen when we were doing that one Zhongli story quest for the God of Salt. Why is Dex giving me light? Suddenly plucked from the sands and thrown into the apathic interval, where it was for, I want to say, less than 100 years. You know, I'm starting to appreciate the fact that Nihilida prevented us from ending up in the apathic interval. Okay, turn to sand. Not salt, but sand. Same concept, though. Why does everyone keep referencing that as the baseline here? Are you at least the level of a novice Remurian Centurion? There we go again. Everyone doesn't know what kind of standard this is supposed to be. Approach the Guardian from behind so Dex can grab its core. Yeah, because we're just stealing cores now. Segment Domain Keeper. Suppression type. Lovely. The keeper who prowls within the Temple of Space and can turn living creatures into sand. Reckless trespassers who encroach on its patrol will be attacked. By constructing cover, you can avoid the Keeper's line of sight. Approaching the Keepers from the back allows Dex to seize their cores directly and deal massive damage. Wait, that's what you mean by C's? That was quite something. You're at least the level of a high-ranking Centurion. Didn't you have your own hierarchy back in King Deshret's days? Although scholars at the Mahavipolya archives have read enough books that their combat assessments actually hold some weight. It's nice to be so well read. For instance, on average, the knights serving under Irenaeus could take on 3 standard Romurian centurions at once, though they're half a rank below Irenaeus. Beget, who served the Crocodile King, wasn't considered exactly an elite fighter, but was highly adept at dealing with monsters. So in terms of rough power level, yeah, I'm honestly curious how this power level system was defined. Okay, so there are a lot of...
Don't worry, there's no ambush.
There are a lot of weird quirks involving version Luna 6. It appears that the devs are trying to move away from Fate.
My potted plant on the porch has died again.
It appears that the devs are trying to move away from fading to black and whatnot. We didn't get that, and we actually just saw everyone blip out of existence. And I think that was the initial purpose of the fading to black. To despawn certain elements.
I was watering it every day. Ugh, don't tell me I overdid it this time.
I see everything.
Yoo-hoo! Bring it! Yeah! Look out below!
Again with the Centurions. Now even Paimon's kind of interested to see how you actually stack up in that system. So yeah.
So shiny!
Essentially, these people were commissioned by literal gods to recreate architecture from King Deshret's age. And now a lone watcher, the lone caretaker, is punishing them in the name of their god, their creator. That's just insane. it might be a bit self-indulgent to worry about my own epitaph. You probably think me ridiculous, but I actually already decided what mine will be. Please tell my love in Petropolis that you know, maybe you could have gotten it out if you had gone with that whole first part. This is sad. I am going to seize your core now.
Bring it!
I'm pretty sure I found the objective. But okay. They're all dead. Every last one of them. Please tell me I did not soft lock myself. There's gotta be at least one keeper left alive. Okay. It recognized it. Lovely. Lovely. Ah. What is a Remurian Tribune? Looks like someone's being promoted again.
I'm keeping a lookout.
The exit's so close. Wait. Leave the desert pavilion. Not return to the Temple of Space Memory Core, or whatever. Leave the desert pavilion.
Huh?
There's no way it's that easy. Called it. They did not design this around the Traveler's new outfit.
Gotta steer clear of other people.
I would have made it. All right, fine. You think you can trap me? Go ahead and try.
Everyone hold hands.
You know, I'm so glad these stairs are hollow underneath. Otherwise, I would have clipped through entirely.
Let's roll.
Afar's avian. The apparent leader of the suppression type keepers, stronger than the average keeper. At close range, Dexit also sees their cores directly, dealing massive damage. After seizing the cores, you have to quickly tap within a short period of time to deal damage to the keeper. Get down here and fight me. That's one. I actually got trapped inside with it.
Hero incoming!
This may hurt a little. Bring I see everything.
Headbutt! Yeah! Charge! Yeah!
One more. Oh, you're not done with me yet. It won't let me slip between mine. Good night. We ended up back up top, and now we're seeing a scene from the bottom. I should be glad that the game is loading faster, but at the same time, the game is loading faster than the cutscene itself.
I'm keeping a lookout. Don't worry, there's no ambush.
Okay, that held a domain control module. Huh? That wasn't there before. That definitely wasn't there before. I'm so glad they gave me subtitles for however you pronounce that name. Scion of the World Bestowing Lord, and the Root of Life. I want to spar with this big guy. What is this thing? Bifrons. A sacred fungus born of perfected flavor. Seriously, how many fungi have these gods kidnapped? How many do they need to kidnap to, you know, have a large enough sample set? Scorched state. Oh. Alright, let's fight.
Committed to... Yoo-hoo!
You're incoming! Oof! You're pretty tough.
Make yourselves at home. Committed to memory. Bring it. This might hurt a little. Yeah, sharing my knowledge.
Oh, wow. That was a lot of fungal spores. Alright. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Ow. Why is it trying to push me this way? Ah, forget it. Moment's over.
Hurry up, Brassa!
There we go.
Laid bare.
On me. If you want it, it's yours.
%.
I'll lead the way.
Alright, I can still get wood. I've maxed out bird eggs. Fantastic. Beautiful.
Smells like something good is inside. Keep up.
Beautiful. Homing by association and proximity.
Keep up.
The names Malanta and Nihilita. Melancholy and nothingness. I wouldn't have thought anyone audacious enough to build a sanatorium atop the site from which the Temple of Space had ascended. Alright, one down, two to go. Next, we'll try heading over here. Here we go. Oh, this is interesting. The keeper is moving and cannot be operated at this time. How does this even work? Okay, there we go. That's what should have happened.
These should be worth something. Go on, take it.
Going up. No idea why there would be an upper chamber if I can't interact with it.
Bring it!
Spin crystal 182. A speck between heaven and earth. I could probably fly all the way to our next destination. Yeah, I could just teleport back here anytime. So let's see if we can actually make it. Or will we fall into the void? We're likely gonna fall into the void. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. I need the last of that stamina for a safe landing. I might actually be able to farm these etherwing moths.
Did that grow out of the ground?
Everyone hold hands.
Shower me with... Yeah! Heads up! Yeah! Charge! Yeah! Yeah! Ow, ow, ow!
Calcirius from the Remurian era. Yu Huangyi, from an era when Shanhui Fort stood at the foot of Mount Tianheng, and the Guili Assembly had not yet been founded. I am not... Mount Tianheng doesn't come to mind immediately. The Guili Assembly does. So it's either that I have been away from Liyue for far too long, or there's still plenty more to explore once it's available. All Remurians are made of rock, so don't freak out when you see them. For the last time, it's Icarification. I'll show you made of rock, you. Oh, right, I remember. The near entirety of the Remurian population underwent Icarification in a desperate attempt at immortality. Quiet, you. If you hadn't gone and rewritten Irenaeus, we wouldn't even be in this mess. As I see it, it's clearly on Okikuni. So yes, once again, they were sentenced for creativity. As you can see, we have been condemned to exile, pressed between these pages. These Etherwing moths are seriously chill if they just stayed here for an entire fight. Restoration Core. Within the Temple of Space, you can occasionally find restoration cores that store spatial manipulation data. By reverse engineering these cores, Dex can unfold and restore space that was previously folded. I can only say, this feels so good. When was the last time I had a good stretch? How long were you in there? So how did you guys get turned into paper in the first place? Okikuni got so fired up reading light leeway novels written by later generations that he wanted to dive in and enjoy the adventure. He wanted to see if he had the strength of an entry-level centurion. So he got turned into a paper person. Cut it out, be serious. We've been swapping fun stories ever since we were selected to come here. Guess our earthly instincts never really left us, though, because we fell back into the habit of writing novels. Though the relentless torment of tempering within the apathic interval sought to erode our will and desire, it somehow aligned with the ancient art of severing the three deadly selves. But even if that tiny creative spark fades, a single good idea will suffice to bring it back to life. He's not wrong. Indeed. The apathic interval has stripped away my faith in Phobos, but I still get the urge to write every once in a while. And then, of course, we got punished by the guards. It's not hard to see why. Anyone who lays eyes on what Okikuni wrote can't help but exclaim, "What's this weird stuff you're writing?" You know what? He's got a kick to it. Mind you, it helps that the original work, by those who came after in Liyue, was excellent to begin with. Don't rub it in. They'll start thinking that you're being serious. Malanta classified our work as a pollutant. He claimed that it blurred the line between fact and fiction, sullying what should be a pure proper cultural landscape. Admittedly, our stories were shelved right alongside actual historical works and academic papers. Now, that was definitely one mistake if he didn't want to get caught. His principles are one thing, the stuff you write is another. By the way, Zetlin, which of the 5 Yaksha generals do you like the most? Your sister read those stories when you were younger, right? She said Vitris was her favorite. We had already been pressed into a paper slip by the time she arrived, but she thought nothing of it and chatted with us for a bit. I like Aladdis. He seems really strong and resilient. Neither my sister nor I could ever be as tough as he is. Someone shut these 3 up. We are not calling it the archaeology stone. No! Not Hokey Dokey either. Three of us. Restoration Corps. No objections allowed. You've clearly overestimated yourself as a Remurian, just as you overestimated the average strength of an average Remurian soldier. That library entrance looks rather ominous.
There's a lot of good stuff in here. Want to split it? Just kidding. You can take it.
Alright. So we are now at 4 hours, making excellent progress.
Running late again.
Bring it!
Volcano kablam! Are these edible?
Don't know why I thought what I was looking for was up this high. Alright.
I see everything.
It's justice o'clock!
Lock in, Dex. Carrot. Wait. I maxed out my carrots again? Nice. see, looking for a carrot dish. So I can continue collecting carrots. Yeah, I already maxed that out. Good times, good times. I had over 1,300 universal peace back in the 2.0 days. All the nonsense that went down in Inazuma completely drained that supply. And it made me realize I needed to be smarter, not only with my healing items, but how I carry myself in battle. Hence, where we are now. But the universal peace supply hasn't recovered since, because I decided that while I was able to get my carrots back up easily, I had nowhere near enough lotus heads. And you could only get rice from a few stores back then. But even then, it wouldn't take me long to max out rice. The real trouble came from berries, because the only way you're going to get berries is if you go foraging for them yourself, and they are just in scarce bushes all across the vat. So even to this day, I'm still collecting berries, trying to reach 9,999 for the first time. Because as I said, you can only find them in the wild, and you can't get them from those expedition rewards with the Adventurers Guild. Yeah. So it's going to be even worse trying to get high numbers for midsummer berries and Notcry. Alright, carrot, carrot, carrot. Acceptable. Go. This is weird. It feels like the time... There's a delay between the time I actually press the button, the thing stops, and then it actually processes that it should move on to the next scene, which is showing me the item I created. Ah. Alright. Well, at least they didn't kidnap more fungi.
Did that grow out of the ground?
So let's see if that cooking pot survived spatial folding. No, it did not. Got straight up crushed, yet somehow the carrot survived. A carrot is stronger than a cooking pot. That's the lesson.
Hey!
Bring it!
Headbutt! Yeah! Yeah!
This blade's hurting a little.
Shower me with praise!
The complete arc. Within the Temple of Space, you will sometimes find some special pages. By standing on the corresponding points of a page, you can command it to move in the corresponding direction. Once you step away, the page will return to its original position. Alright, so we come out in the direction that I wanted to go in. That's good. What is that? What the?
Strike a pop! Headbutt! Yeah! It's justice o'clock! Yeah!
Oh, that was... I thought I was about to get trapped between the pages. What, I still can't grab them? Ah, I was once language itself. Now, I am reduced to a shattered subject of illusion, returning once more to this imperfect symbol. A weirdo saying weird things just popped out of a weird book. Weird is an imprecise term. It implies a unique entity that cannot be described, written, or characterized. I clearly do not fit that definition. I was merely attempting to find an entry point to reality within these pages, only to slip into an inadvertent, infinite deferral of metaphors. I have become a remainder that defies symbolization. It is thanks to your intervention that the tyranny of language has been stripped from me. Now, I can finally begin to misrecognize myself once more. In the common tongue, please. I accidentally stumbled into the pages and got stuck. Thank you for pulling me out. It looks like King Destrit's tomb, but the scale is off. It's like we're smaller than the tomb than we normally would be had we entered the tomb itself. The path is open. What are birds doing in the library?
These should be worth something. Go on, take it.
Books of Billions. Within the Temple of Space, you can occasionally find special spaces that have been turned into pages. At a certain distance, Dex can turn these pages, folding them halfway or folding them all the way in half to open gateways to other dimensions. Interesting. Restoration Core Apparitions. Within the Temple of Space, you could occasionally find Restoration Core apparitions that Dex cannot manipulate. If you flip through nearby pages to enter different dimensions, you might find the original form of said apparition. Oh, we found a Sealy too.
These should be worth something. Go on, take it.
Okay. Starting to look like a real library.
These should be worth something. Go on, take it.
I see everything.
Yeah! Kapow! Yeah! Hero incoming! Yeah! Did that grow out of the ground?
43% complete. Oh, nice. I made it. So I'm gonna try to work on rebuilding Ayaka's artifacts eventually, but now seemed like a good time to get another constellation for her. Complete a long day in the mountains. It can never be easy. I don't like this. Every other time it's just been in a smaller room. Why put this thing in the... I knew it! I knew it was an illusion. Even without elemental sight. Gone through more than enough pit traps in my life.
Hey!
Strike a pop! Charge! It's justice o'clock!
He's not even afraid to admit that he's dead weight. You weren't pulling us upwards, you were using me as a buffer. Alright. Anything else? Just a trap?
So shiny!
You know, I really like how much effort has been put into the spatial distortions. It's the kind of puzzle that fuels me. But then there are certain parts that are just obvious traps.
edible? Are these edible?
Never expected to find version 2 of Vera's Melancholy here. What the? You know, I expect to fight a lot of things in a library. Hilichurls is not one of them.
Did that grow out of the ground?
Seriously, who comes to a library to fight Hilichurls? Wonderland in a book. When adventuring in the book, you can also call upon Dex for help to change the story's direction. Drag matching anomalies within the story to fold the spaces between them. Click the fold point again to restore the space to its original form. Not quite sure I get all that. But I'm sure it'll come to me as we are. What the? Interesting. So you can fold the entire book. Folded into non-existence. And they all bite the dust. Oh, that's not good. That was interesting. It's nice to be three-dimensional. So the library is restored. And the people are paper no more. Even amongst entry-level Legion commanders, you've got Golem Constructs, Arbiters, Aspirant Arbiters, and Arbiter Golem Hybrids. keep that mouth shut. The last restoration core has been hidden in your stupid novel this whole time. All I can think about right now is landing a fist right in your face. I'm horrified. Your hand is the only thing that will hurt.
These should be worth something. Go on, take it.
In your tribe, being on the ground is considered dangerous. Even if the great rulers above us don't decide to wipe us out on a whim. Oh, wow. She's from ancient Natlan during the time when the dragon sovereigns were still a thing. And when the Natlanese tribes were still at each other's throats. Perching on cliffs and in the trees, like the Quetzals, allowed us to flee calamity before it strikes. Neither the great rulers nor the conquerors who revel in flaying are here. It is true, but I'm already used to having a means of escape wherever I am. Respectable. Still trying to figure out who the conquerors you're talking to about are.
There's a lot of good stuff in here. Want to split it? Just kidding. You can take it.
Alright, at 47% now. We're just gonna head right out of the library. Going down, going down, going down.
Kapow! Time to roll.
We have the Watchers of Nothingness and Melancholy. And the highest point of the temple is called the Atrium of Suchness. These names feel so arbitrary and ambiguous, as if they could shift meaning at any moment. As if they were designed to eventually shift rather than stay stagnant. Only those who choose to abandon all of their memories are permitted to enter. A price for everything. If not your life, then all that led up to it. You haven't clashed so hard that you need a total reset, and hopefully it never comes to that. Alright, so one of our objectives just disappeared because we cleared it.
Bring it! Yep.
The moving finger writes. Alright. Now let's go activate the other teleport waypoint. Don't worry, we'll make it. Not worried in the slightest. Wait. Well, I was able to get in here so easily. If there's a puzzle to solve. Well, I can climb out if I need to. If it comes to that.
I'm keeping a lookout. Don't worry, there's no ambush. Yep.
Holy Sword. I asked around among a few Remurians and Fontanians. Everyone told me the same thing. It's just a normal sword. No one seems to know why it's being exhibited here. Okay, so that's what it was. It's locked from the inside. Alright, so that's why it wouldn't work. Alright, good to go. You mean all of that was to unlock the challenge?
These should be worth something.
All that was
Go on,
to
take it.
unlock the challenge that would bring you up here to alert you that you could go through the window. I don't know why I have a tendency to do these things in reverse order. It just happens. A lot more than I'd like. What the?
Can't see? And shroud. Yeah.
There we go.
Smells like something good is inside.
They even got the weasel thieves. Oh look, more weasel thieves.
I think we can forego the lost and found report. Keep up.
This entire area is a lost and found. I recognize neither of these names.
Why is there a chest here?
Why is there a spin crystal here? Radiant spin crystal, 179.
I see everything.
Heads up! Yeah! Charge! Yeah! Did that grow out of the ground?
Alright. Gonna leave the Temple of Space for a while. Just so I can spend some time at the crafting table to finish building Linnea's bow. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Still need to collect more etherwing moths. I should be able to do that over the next 2 days. Yeah, I need more jeweled flaming hilts.
My parents always say, no matter how... busy life gets, You should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down. Take a deep breath. And wolf it down in one go. That way, I get to eat my fill without wasting too much time.
Alright, we're gonna stop right here. Managed to get through quite a lot in 5 hours. And the next stream will be either a continuation of the Temple of Space and also finishing the current Genshin events, or starting Mega Man Star Force 2. Thank you so much to everyone who came to watch this stream today and those who come to watch the playback later. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you'll be notified of the next Genshin Impact stream. Hopefully it'll be sooner than the last one, and I will see you next time.